Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey everyone, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Hope you all had a lovely weekend. Today we'll be working on more Insignia alpha stuff. We spent a big weekend trying to rationalize and get the alpha access strategy into a really good spot, and I'm really grateful to my mods and everybody who helped out with that. And we're not quite ready yet to announce like a proper like a program strategy or anything like that. So for now, we're just going to keep on keeping on with the current access model. That means that everyone here in chat basically will get access for now, while I'm developing it out a little bit. Today, I'm hoping we can start a new test. So trying to build out some volume for the testing program so that there's some diversity in there, and just continuing on polishing the game while building it. Yeah. How was everyone else's weekend? Hopefully you're all doing pretty well. I want to say it's Monday for me. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in YouTube. This is week 2 of YouTube. Hi. Hopefully today we get some ads in there. Do I have a video on balancing storytelling with level design? Oh man, what a topic. I would love to talk about that. But I've done a little bit of a how I make the game video. It was like a vlog maybe in 2021. Which covers a little bit of like environment design and how storytelling weaves into that. But it's not a topic that I've got a lot of content on, so maybe that's a good example for something we should do for a future video. So, man, the hair's getting pretty long, huh? Look at this, goodness me. Is it 3:38 daytime? No, that's the amount of time since we've been live. That's minutes. Okay. In fact, actually, that might be wrong. Let me reset that. Stop. 0. 5. Let's call it 5 minutes. Okay. It's not 3 minutes 38 seconds, and it's not 3 hours. It's like 5 minutes. There we go. Seems like this is not live. It is live, but we have 2 different streams. We have the YouTube stream and we have the Twitch stream, and the base stream for the chat is Twitch, and Twitch's terms of service don't let me it doesn't let me put the YouTube chat inside of the Twitch chat. Unfortunately, I can't merge them. So for now, YouTube, you guys are a slight second behind Twitch, but who knows? Maybe someday, we can migrate over to YouTube permanently, or we can have YouTube be the primary stream. I don't know. It might require some changes in Twitch's terms of service, or if the YouTube audience like eclipsed the Twitch audience or something, maybe we would consider doing it that way. But for now, it's just a happy medium. Okay. So, are we ready to jump in? I have been putting a little bit of time. Actually, let me just make sure that everything on my computer is something that everyone is able to see, so that I'm not doxing myself or doing anything that's a little behind the scenes that you don't want to be seeing. Okay. Nope, that's all looking pretty good. Alrighty. So, the demo. When the Twitch stream wants to catch up, there we go. Today, we're going to be looking at adding a new demo scene. I've actually been doing a bit of work back on this tile set in Sprite. It's coming along. I mean, this stage of like tile set refinement, sometimes it just takes a ridiculous amount of time to do it. Like you just kind of can't tell the difference all the time. You can tell the difference between a polished tile set and an unpolished one, but the stages of polish between 1 hour versus a different hour is not always that obvious. So like when you look at this is looking pretty good, but I worked on all of this last night and you may not even know. But like, you can see parts here that are like super rough and don't make any sense. So it's only when you really start looking at it that you can see the bits that need polish. But it's coming along really well. I've managed to update some of the rules so that there's a way less repetition when you're running around. I'm feeling like right now, just the general vibe of the tile set is, I don't know, it's just really nice. I'm just really happy with it. It's lacking the biggest thing that I wanted to set up for this stuff, which was more environmental storytelling. So, variations inside of the tile set that give us some kind of more context about the world and the state of the world at this time. But yeah, we'll get there. Yeah, so this background is just one that I had created earlier that I threw in. And I actually quite like the contrast. I quite like it. Feels like we're in a clearing in the forest. I don't know. It's kind of nice. I like it. I like it a bit. So what can I say about the game since last Friday? I've been mostly working on like updates. If we go to Fork, I can show you the Git log. Been mostly working on updates to not this to this. So we did a little bit of. Let me back it up. I'm going to tell you a story. We have a user here on Twitch. I think they're in the Discord as well. Well, they're primarily in Discord, called Turtle Burgle. And Turtle Burgle started to speedrun the alpha test. Not just speedrun the test, but find like a ton of like vulnerabilities and tech in like that you can use to like abuse the game. I had never seen some of this stuff, and in like, I don't know, a few hours, this user had like figured out how to like basically break the game, which was incredibly impressive. We spent like Friday night just... No, it's amazing. It was so cool. There's like a dozen videos here on the Discord of Turtle Burgle basically just opening the game up. Let me see if I can show you one of the things that they did. There's so many videos, it's actually hard to find them. One sec. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me show you this. So what they did was they found a way to break the animation like system in the game. Maybe there's a better way to preview that. I'll go on. Hope you can forgive me going on youtube.com to show this, but I need to see the whole screen. So they found a way to break the animation controller in such a way that the state of the animation controller, this is the craziest thing. I had created, oh, thank you so much for the patron follow. Whoever just followed on Patreon, thank you so much. And thank you, Lazy Guru, for the most recent subscription as well. So, okay, here's the story. In Insignia, the combat controller does a ground check when you enter it, right? So if you are not technically grounded by the time you enter combat, Armin will he will be considered airborne. At the same time, there is a different check inside of the state where once you're pressing buttons and doing stuff, it is checking if you're grounded. But that's a different variable, just because I guess, just an oversight. That's a different variable from that initial check. Now, what's happening here is your gravity is being turned off when you hit the ground to help the player walk up and down slopes. And it's not being turned back on again because of that abuse of being in an airborne state when you enter combat, but never actually being out of that airborne state until after you've left the ground again. Which means that gravity is just turned off. And now they can just fly. So this requires the player doing basically an air attack on the frame they hit the ground, into a thrust, into a normal air attack button, which gives you upward velocity. And if you do those things in that sequence, you won't have the gravity turn on for you. So you could just fly. This is like, I would never have found this in a million years. So in a way, the alpha test is already kind of doing its job, which I'm finding I just found that very impressive, and it tickled me a little bit. But no joke, this thread in the Discord is full of this kind of stuff. They've been going crazy. So that's really exciting. Well, that's the thing. When you are building the system, your brain just there are just pathways that you enter that stay. The more you playtest the game, the more you play it the same way every time, just because of the pathways, the neurons. So I want to do a little bit of an outline of kind of what the forward strategy is for the rest of the content in the alpha. Right now we've only got one test, and there are a few different things that I want to test at different levels. So this first one, this is just a movement test, right? It's just the game explaining to you, how to play the game, at least from the movement perspective. And I'm happy for it to do that job. I think it's good. And I think even that wasn't very good. We lost the prompt there on the side of the wall. This will continue to be updated. I don't think it'll get bigger, but it'll get more refined as the game's mechanics update and change and get clearer. So that system abuse is no longer something you can do. You can't do the thrust thing anymore to fly, but there are other things that you can do, which I'm not going to go into too much detail right now, because you can find them for yourself. So I'm happy for this to be kind of what it is. Now there are other things that I kind of want to test as well. Yeah, so every time you get to the end of a test, you are given a feedback form. So that feedback form is pretty clear with what kinds of feedback that I'm looking for. And the different, what's the word? Different tests have different testing criteria. So, there are a couple of other things that I think it might be valuable to chat with you guys about before we get too deep into today. And we were discussing this among us. We want to keep turret cancelling. Yeah, turret cancelling is that fly abuse. the gravity thing. So right now we're having a little bit of a discussion inside the mod team about like what this alpha. I've called it the alpha, right? I've called it the Insignia alpha test program. For those of you who have either not encountered this up until today or have only really had a little cursory kind of look at what we're doing here, do you feel like what you're seeing here is consistent with the concept of like alpha test? Like if I was to say, hey, come alpha test my game, are there things that you expect to see or don't expect to see based on that, in terms of like the kinds of content, the nature of what it is that's being tested, and basically what's in it? Because we've been kind of concerned that people see alpha and they hear beta, and when they hear beta they think demo or early access. So it's kind of like a little bit of a, you know, what I want this program to be is kind of like a reflection of a growing set of core foundational systems that showcase what the game is like. Yeah, I mean, we're looking for a better, I mean, I don't know if a better name is there, but the closest thing I've come up with is like unit test, but even that is like a little, I don't know. An alpha is the entire game that can be played to the end. Yeah, see, that's what we're concerned with, is the idea that people think that the whole game is here, when the thing that it's trying to be is not that. It's not trying to be a demo. Gamma testing, omega testing, just wrap it back around. It's really just like, hey, it's not even a vertical slice though. This is like a very, very limited test to essentially a series of rooms that each give you a different idea about a different part of the game for the purpose of getting feedback on those things. Like a vertical slice suggests that there is one thing from every part of the game in one playable section. That's a vertical slice. That's the game loop. It doesn't have the game loop in it. It's not intended to just be that. There may be a vertical slice later on in the alpha test, or whatever we call it. Integration testing? Prototype test? Chartle says, I'd be happy to call this an alpha. Yeah. So the thing that the thing that we're trying to solve, that I want you guys' feedback on, is mostly about the marketing identity of whatever we call this, rather than like the correct terminology. So like, what can I call it so that you guys and anybody who comes in gets the right idea about what it is? That's really what matters, not like what the industry should call it, or, you know, it's mostly about avoiding negative or negative perceptions or confusion. Tech demo? It's not really a demo. It's like a test. I still think of it as a test platform. Maybe that's what it should be called. Insignia testing platform or something. Well, a concept is more like, I think of tech demo as being more like typically to do with like graphics. Like a flex of the technology that's going into the game. That's what I think of as like a technical demo. So maybe I should be clearer about what this will look like long term. Because right now it's just one room. There will be lots of rooms. And there will be lots of sections. So this button goes to that room. There'll be additional buttons that go to different experiences, each of which covers a different part of the game. But by part, I really mean at the base level, mechanical part of the game. And maybe later there'll be sections for deeper parts that show off things working in sync with each other. So maybe this graph will be a handy helper for you. Think of it like this. There is the core mechanics. These things are these things will each be tested separately. Then there are sort of scenarios. I'll call this scenarios. Where you're kind of getting some of these things working together in concert. That will be tested at some point. And then whether or not we ever see this level, who knows? Functional testing. Yeah. So at the very least, for now, this stuff is probably not going to be in at least the public version of what this testing program is. It's mostly this stuff with some of this stuff. Functional is not a bad, it's a word that seems like it's not, I don't have a pre-existing meaning attached to what it means to say functional testing. And I think the word function implies more mechanical. So I don't mind it. Is the goal QA or is the goal to find out if the mechanics are fun? It's basically viability of the game in its different parts. So put it this way. If the base combat system is fun and works, well, if the base combat works as intended and is understandable and intuitive, and the platforming works and is understandable and intuitive, and the environments are visually understandable and clear and do their job. If these bits do their job, then these bits can do their job, and then these bits can do their job, and then that's fun, right? So usability and quality assurance are going hand in hand, and at a granular level, it's mostly about does it work as intended, but at a higher level, it's would I play this? So I'm not really like, I don't make a distinction between, what was the word? Between like fun and QA. This is Figma. If you see like a little annotation that says frame or anything with blue being outlined, it's Figma. Yeah, because like the game doing its job is being fun, you know? So some of that stuff's more abstract when we talk about story, but the story is not really a part of what we're talking about here, which is kind of what we're more interested in this at this stage. Hey, Udis Bedudis. Udis Bedudis, your name reminds me of Bannon Rudis, who is a cool guy in game development. It's not you, is it, Bannon? That'll be hilarious. Alternatively, it's not Harold Ramis, is it? Okay. Just call it QA testing for now then. How can I make an RPG horror game? It'll be $5 for free DLC. I can't tell you how to do it right now. Sorry, buddy. Maybe look at some other dev shops. What other dev shops call it? Call it 2.0 release. Really mess with people. Also, I'm hungry. I can't help you there either. Okay. Feature testing's pretty good too. Feature testing's really good. Maybe we call it... What do you think, Joe Constant? Feature test? Feature is actually very good. I like it a lot. Feature test. I think that's quite clear. Okay, maybe we just go with that from now on. Okay, let's just say... Let's say that's it. And then alpha... Unfortunately... Oh, I can go alpha. And then call it test. Program. I've used double ME everywhere that I've said program. But that might just be an Australian thing. Unlikely. Hey, the mechanic. Hey, the mech mechanic. How's it going? Oh, thanks for joining. All right. What? Okay. That may be not what I was trying to go for when I did whatever I did to make that happen. I'm just going to delete this. Just come over here and say zones. So far I have been composing my own music, but I will be looking for outside help with it. Okay. Feature test. I think that's okay. So let's come over here and have a look. You can no longer get up a ledge facing the wrong direction. We do need to fix the roll criteria. Actually, this is now platform test. I'm going to have tests for every kind of... I'm going to have... Ooh, I think it's time for a document now. Like a protocol document. Oh boy. Okay. Let's do this. So we'll call this... So for each of the tests, I'm going to need like a page where I track the how that test is going. So test name. Initial release. Hey. Test name, initial release, to do, nice to have, status. Let's call this Tuesday. Status live. To do. I'm gonna need to configure this a bit differently. Okay. So now if I say fill container, nice. Maybe they all should do that. Okay. Maybe this wasn't the very, very best way to do this. Maybe. I'm just thinking. I mean, it's Just let me try this. Because I did a, the last UX job that I was on, we used Figma for this kind of thing. And we set it up in a really nice way. So if I get it right, I'll be able to use it. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be easy to add them that way. And I don't think I can constrain them the other way either. Either way, it's going to be like me adding... Are these not? Yeah. And then if I want to change the size, it's a little convoluted, isn't it? Did I make them? I actually came out of the project just after they were made, so I didn't get to see how they created it. But it was mostly like this. I'm pretty sure it was just a bunch of cells like this. It's just keeping them in check this way is probably not possible. What is going on here? Yeah. It's possible, I'm sure. But probably not ideal. Yeah, the survey's out. I just would love to be able to see everything here, that's all. This is where my brain is, and I really don't want to move my brain to Figma. Let's see if there's a plugin. Cool, where are we? 1, 2, 3. I mean, let's go like 4? Title. I think we had 4 for now. Let's just say that. Oh, okay, it created its own little thingamajig. I see. Let's see what happens if I just populate a space. I can't resize these, so I don't think I'll want to do this now. I don't think this is the way to do it. Alternatively, I could just make it... I got a better way to do this. This was a mistake. Anime was a mistake. I don't even need this. Um, don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me for doing it this way. Please. There aren't going to be enough of these things for it to be an issue. All right. So this is platform test. I think I'll just make these a lot smaller. Don't worry. It's fine. I'm making this happen. Yeah, this is it. This is gonna work. Nice. Don't worry. We got there. We got there. Why is that not working? Okay. There we go. Okay. Did I have any nice to haves? Oh yeah. Cool. Hooray. Okay, this is now. All right, what's the next thing we want to do? So we've got the name of the test, we've got the first test going. Second one is now what we need to tackle. We've got running and jumping. I think base combat. So what should this entail? Combat test should be... Maybe we could give them like a description. So the platform test does have a description already. Let's go find. Player control test. I should probably name it the correct name. Player control test. Okay, good. And ideally, I'd love to have those scriptable objects generate these in like a proper database or something like that, and vice versa. But unfortunately, we can't necessarily do that for now. We'll just manually enter it. Okay. So what is the description of the combat mechanics test, or at least what should it do? It should be a test of the main combat related inputs. This includes like swinging the sword, so like ground attacks, air attacks, directional, so like combat stance, roll, and then this is directional attacks, which I guess these both live under round attacks, really. Two verbose. I think that's it for now. Maybe even recovering health. Maybe even the ability system, like targeting. Okay. Camera behavior. This might be too much stuff. And then, like, maybe even just enemy response to being hit and kill. And then the UI. Combat UI. So, HUD, enemy health bars. That's a lot to test in one test. I'm not sure if there's a better way to break that up. It kind of all goes together, unless I split it into ground combat and air combat. Any ideas? The question is, if I'm testing combat, does this feel like too many things to test in one go? But unfortunately, like, they all kind of go together in combat. I mean, like, having health, doing damage, how you do the damage, how the enemies respond to the damage, that's all kind of like one. You could see all of that in one moment. So I kind of have to keep all of it in there. Like, if you just walk up to an enemy and hit it, all of this applies except for air attacks and roll. Like, with just the default ground combo, I could also ask you questions about this and this and this. Well, maybe not this, but this and this. So, yeah. I mean, this is going to be against... Oh, I didn't sneeze. Yeah. Yeah, so this is just combat mechanics. It's like core combat mechanics test. I guess I should populate this so that you guys can see what else would be in the game. I mean, it's kind of... Maybe we should only test one ability. Maybe I shouldn't do an... I mean, I could do an alpha for all of them. But like this could be... I could do 16 of these. For each of the different abilities. You know, I could do one for Rise, one for the Power Slide, one for... I could do all of that. So, and that's all just counted as combat, technically. So this is really just the core combat mechanics. It's just like the base, you can attack enemies in the game. And how do they react when you hit them. Maybe for now, I'll just like... I probably should have like a level, like a kind. And then... Or like tags. And then over here, I should formalize this a bit better and break it down. Who's going to do the test? You guys. In your own time. I think part of this, so when I talk about... Man, it's so hard to not have to... It's so hard to not reintroduce the entire testing program every single time I talk about this. Every single time a question gets asked, I feel like I have to re-explain what the entire thing is so that no one's getting left behind. But very briefly, it's a feature test for the game. The feature test is going to be something that you can come back to over the course of the game's development as we're working on things, where you can get a sense of how the game is getting better over time, provide your feedback, and have me respond to that feedback to basically unit test the game. So if I was being really thorough, for every ability, there probably should be a test, but whether or not that's an entertaining thing has to do more, I guess, with like the release structure, how often these tests are coming up, if you can play all the tests at once, or if some of them go offline for a while, like the incentives, the incentivization, keeping you guys incentivized to give the tests and not overloading me by having there be too much test data. That's kind of like its own separate question. But I can easily take them offline, like at any time. I just manage this list. If I remove something from this list, it won't be in the build. So that's fine. I can easily just take stuff offline or put it back online. And the surveys that back those things won't get deleted. They're just on Google Forms. So we can make this thing as big or as little as we want. It's really just up to like fine tuning what you guys are like having an appetite for and what I'm prepared to take feedback on. So yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, is that we could do it. I mean, and I'm kind of building the game this way. Let's be clear. See these rooms here, these clusters, like 1, 2, 3. These are tests that I built for myself like 6 months ago to test each of the abilities. And then beyond these, the Crucibles are more formalized game quests with those abilities in them. But there are also like rooms here that I jump around to while I'm building the game where I'm testing the synergy of different abilities. So realistically, the pathway to me developing each ability is to build this test criteria for me to play it myself, validating it, and then to share it with you, and then you can validate it. Like I could give you access to this today and you could test this. You know what I mean? I could give you a test of this today and you could test that. This is the down air spike ground pound attack. Right? Like we could do, it's not hard for me to just give you, you know, chunks, and I'm going to be building them out. So I've only got maybe 7, 8 of the abilities like coded in some form, and there's going to be at least 4 more, and all of the synergies between them need to be kind of tested and will be used to build out content for the game. So, you know, if there's an ability that's in the existing set that doesn't have much legs, like there's not much you can do with it, or it's getting, you know, it's just like not that interesting to build content from, like I might can it and start a new ability test, and then we, you know, prototype that. So yeah, I think there may be dozens of these tests eventually, but whether or not we should all have access to them all the time is a different kind of question. It might be too much for me. Maybe there'll be one ability test available at a time, for example. Yeah. Yeah, so I think like one of each tag would be fine. So, like, if we come back here, I was trying to formalize it. So, we call this like core mechanic. Let's get rid of the stroke and add a fill and make the fill colored. Core mechanics can be red. But a nice red. Okay. And then we've got let's call it core mechanic, and then level 2 I would say is like will be yellow, and this is kind of like it's a synergy of multiple core mechanics in a scenario, and then beyond that is like a structured story beat. So like spoiler, maybe spoiler is not the right word, but like core mechanic, scenario, slice. And slice is kind of like going to be followed by like actual like game, you know, story. Let's call them stories. Let's use an abstract. We'll use the word story in the abstract to mean something that has a flow to it that is multiple beats. So maybe a beat would be like one scenario is like a beat. So then The core mechanics are platforming, combat, enemy encounters. Scenarios might be like puzzle room or like zone, something like that, or maybe like we'll just call it like a room, like a puzzle room, or like, let's just call it a puzzle room. Maybe there's no better way to talk about that. Quest, ability, unlock, you know, boss fight or something. No, maybe not even boss fight. Maybe crafting is part of the core mechanics. Oh, a challenge. I think scenario is fine. Hey, Sneaky Fox. Oh, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. We'll just call it boss fight up there. Challenge for the combat scenario. Oh, yeah. That's a good way to put it. But a puzzle room typically involves fighting an enemy. So... But I know what I think I understand. Like, it's kind of hard because these things are all interlinked. What about, like... Is there anything where we test a town? Is that something where I guess it's part of quest content, but like, we just let you run around in the town? Like, the other thing is like, what's the word? World? Like exploration? Or like tourism? Combat. Like, should there be tests where I just say, hey, is this pretty? Like, do you like this? Does this feel good? Just to run around in it. Is it fun? Is it does it compel you? Is there wayfinding bits? No, there's no like pathing challenges in the game in terms of like, where do I go? It's not really a Metroidvania like that. Hey, Artsy, welcome. Okay, well this is fine for now. I'll just take these with me. Okay, so the tags is going to be Control-Shift-G. Oh, can I not put something in this frame? That would certainly be really annoying. Can I not? I can't put that in there? Oof. That's annoying. Hey, Artsy Gamer. What am I working on? I'm working on my game at the moment, and we're building our test criteria for the game. Can I not add frames to component instance Figma? Ay. Yeah, I'll make them variants of each other. You're right. So, yeah, that's the way you would do it. What the fuck? What's happening here? Yeah, so you do it like this, and then you hide the ones you don't want, and then you change them. So you make this a component, and then you add a variant. And you call this platforming. Combat. Enemy. And then how do I do this? Oh, you know what? I think you had it right. I think I don't do that. I think I do it like core mechanic. Scenario. Story. Delete that. And then make these ones the colors that we want. And then we can change the text how we like later. So how do I do this? I take the frame and I paste it like somewhere else, but then that's, how do I take like an instance of this? I can't remember how to do it. Maybe I just go components. Yeah, so this is called tag test tag, and this is called core mechanic, and this is called do you say type equals? Yeah. Okay. Works. So, what is this? This is a... I guess it's a... we'll leave it at that. It's all good. I figured it out. It's all good. I'm learning. I'm learning how to use Figma properly. Okay. So shall we just do the core combat mechanics test? Where should we set this to appear? I think for now, it just needs to be like a simple room. Maybe with like a little ledge or something, just to create a little bit of diversity. Basically a Smash Brothers stage is what it needs to be. So let's create that. Hi. Combat test room. Core combat test. Does anybody else's game get like hundreds of scenes in it? Or is it just me? I feel like for me, it's like, oh yeah, of course I would have all of these scenes. I might have to delete them all at some point, but... Or like, what would be like the best way to do this? Like, do I make a second project for this? You know what I mean? There's so much stuff that I want to like examine and explore. Like, is it a different Unity project? I don't know. I don't know what the ideal way to do this is. I actually can have a second instance of the scene graph. I can do that. Yeah, Okay, JRPG is not the way to go. I'll save as... Do I have a thing called tests? Play a test zone. I don't think I should have just one zone for tests. Maybe down the road. Anyway, I'm just going to keep using this. So let's call this Core Combat Test. So what I call this? Core Combat Test. And you're going to be playing in the new environment. Hooray. All right, let's start from scratch. So, it might not work. Ooh, I can't do multiple levels right now. That would be cool though. To do it like that? Like Mario Brothers? Huh, how do I do that? I don't know. Let's just keep it like, maybe like this for now. Maybe also do a little bit of slopes as well. Maybe I'll just try to vary it up a little bit so that there's a few different places to do different things. You know what? For now, no slopes. Let's just leave it like this. I probably do need walls though to slide on. Outside of Leonardo Beta, what would be a similar tool, free if possible? I use Figma. Can we get bridges and jumpable walls? Right now, no for bridges, unless... Right now, I can't do a bridge between these two walls. I don't think I can anyway. I don't know if that will actually act like a bridge. It might. Why don't we try it? But these are technically bridges anyway. You can drop down from these walls. But let's just, for now, let's just do it like this because it looks pretty. Oops. Let's see if it works. Oh, okay. That might be a little, that's all a bit too high. I got a bit confused about the scale of my game. In which case, maybe this can come in a little. Because these all used to be 16 by 16 tiles, and now the game is running on like smaller ones. Okay, that's probably better. So can I drop onto this? I can, and I can drop... Ooh, that was a bit weird. That's good. Interesting. You know what? Somebody made some feedback, and I actually totally agree with them, that the game looks too far up at the moment. The camera is too high in the sky. By just a little, it's like, I liked it. I like putting the player in the lower third. I think it makes a lot of sense. But in areas like this that are free roaming, actually, if there's downward movement as much as there is upward movement, it doesn't really make sense to put the player in the lower third. There are hazards, yeah, there are. Oh, here it is. Outdoor offset. 1.6, let's just say. Maybe I went the wrong way. Okay. Huh. Let's make it also 0.7 then. Just give you 30 more pixels to play with. Yeah. I think we don't need the bridge. Cool. 64 by 64. That's even bigger. That's ridiculous. Can you set a camera type to a map or a region of a map? I can make it so that there's a what I call a camera zone and camera extents to bounds, level, scrolling bounds. So I can make it so like the left edge is let's say 8. And the right edge is also 8. That's so weird. Hang on a second. I'll put this here, and I'll put this at -2, and I'll put this at Why is it doing this? How can these two things be so far apart? Doesn't matter. It's the points. It doesn't matter. Good enough. So now the camera won't shift any further than that, although we could probably go a bit closer. I keep forgetting again, this is 32 by 32. My internal scale of like how big the game is totally broken now. Yeah. Hey Castatatus. Hey Brown Disappointment. I'm working on my game. Yeah, so that's pretty good now. Yo, I should say a big thank you. I missed a couple of announcements there, a couple of activity things. Diamond, thank you so much for the resub. 19 minutes ago. 25 months, let's go. Hope all was going well. As always, appreciate the content. Thank you so much. And also a big thank you to CTC135 for the resub. 4 months, let's go. Thank you so much. Okay, this is looking good. This is looking like I could put some enemies in here for sure. It's probably a little too wide, to be honest. It's probably like too much. Looks good to me. All right. So, I was thinking of creating maybe it could be an enemy that just is Armin, that just stands there and you attack it. That's like maybe like Negar Armin, like black. NEGA. So we just like invert his colors. We could do that. That would be pretty easy. Problematic, thank you so much for gifting that tier 1 sub. Thank you, thank you. You know, like in Scott Pilgrim? We'll make it look like this. Scarecrow Armin. Yeah, punching bag. That's right. It's just going to be a punching bag area. So, I guess I should create a new enemy for this. Does that seem right? I think so. Home run contest. Well, the game doesn't have scaling knockback, so there's no real reason to have a home run contest. Home run contest. I think what we do need to have is a break. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. It's been an hour and 40. So I'll see you in a little bit. We're going to try out ads. We're going to see if the YouTube ads run. Please let me know if you get the ad. We've been trying to run one for like 4 days. Hey, Fluxy. Welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you so much. No worries. Thank you so much. Thanks for the follow. All right, so I'll take a break. I'll be back in 5 minutes. While I'm gone, feel free to support the channel by doing nothing. Just don't click away. That's all you got to do. All right, pals. Thank you so much. See you in a bit. Yo, we're back. Did anybody on YouTube see an ad just now? Did we even get one? I just need to know that the feature works. We've been making basically zero revenue from the streams on YouTube while live in the last little while, and I just have no idea whether or not it works. You had one, but that was on Twitch. Nobody on YouTube got one. Man, what do I do? Ah, boy. Yeah, on Twitch, I know it works. On YouTube, no idea. It's supposed to be running them at a certain rate, and we're supposed to be able to play them manually, but I don't even know if it works. Okay. Do they have? I mean, I'm happy for those of you who have ad block to not get ads. That's all cool. I just need to know that the people who don't have ad block, who are, happy to watch the ads, can see them. It's all good though. It's all good. Like, I use adblock on it. Not picky about it. Alright, so let's make a new enemy. That is an anti-Armin. Do I have anything like this already? I should, but I guess I don't. So, this should be a test to see how quickly I can do this these days. It might be actually pretty easy. So, enemy prefabs. I don't think so. I do have the spears. I did have a character that was like a spearman, but I think I might have deleted it. Human swordsman. That's kind of what this is. Let me see if I just drop this in there and have it working. It might break immediately. Do you know what? I won't bother with it, and if I don't have to, I'll just say like we'll just start making something. Yeah. Okay, so this needs a sprite renderer. Amen. There we go. Very good. Hey, Hassan. I'm releasing a feature. What do we call it? Feature test. That's what I'm working on at the moment. Nimra. Maybe I should call it Nimra. Okay. So this needs to be on 0, 0. And then actually the way that I typically do this is I type in core. Go enemy core. And then unpack. And then put this there and call this dark Armin. Delete that. Put this on 0, 0. Okay, that's a bit better because now I get all the stuff set up already. Plug that in there. Okay. So it should be its width is, let's say 16. Negative 32, that's good. Okay. All right, so I just need to give it a component. This is going to be we'll just call it dark almond for now. Okay, so it should be pretty easy. Dark almond is going to be an enemy. And let's get the bounce snake in here, because that's kind of working how I would want it to work. Base.awake. Wow, I don't even need to set up the states. Dahman. Jeffrey Dahman. If state is not bounce, check bounce, don't need that. That's all good there. I'll give it a public chase. I think it's just called chase, actually. Uh-huh. Easy. Starman. Okay. So that's actually really straightforward. It's just going to chase us when it can, otherwise it's going to stand there. Now we just need to plug in all of the bits and then give it the chase state and a run state in an idle state, and it actually should work. So we'll give it the scanline death state, and the idle state goes into idle, create empty behaviors, chase, walk, target range is 1, 0.2, yes, follow the ground, speed is 1, 2, no, 1.5 maybe. Walk vector, walk is almond, run. Frame rate can be 12. Very good. Okay. We don't have a respawn state. We do have a death state, which is that. This is our input. This is our self-awareness. This is our target awareness. This is our life component. We don't have a spirit because those are getting thrown away soon. Shader manager goes here. Stun, we don't have that yet. Stun can go here. Animator is this. And we chuck this up the top. Now, our life component, that looks fine. We don't have a health bar yet. Enemy health. Small health bar. Very good. Okay, I think that's it. I think we can just hit play and that'll work now. Okay. He had some other animations in there. We didn't actually set the idle up. Idle state is Armin idle 7. Armin idle 2, I guess. Okay. Wonder why he's slowing. We can look at the script state tree editor and see what's going on there. So he is trying to catch us, but he's getting stuck. It looks like. Does he have a velocity? There's a lot happening on the velocity. I don't know. If we put him up here, he lands on the ground, but he doesn't go any faster. He kind of just slows to a stop. His velocity is like, oh, it's like incredibly small maybe? Is that all? Yeah. It's basically nothing. I might not be doing his state.do correctly. Update, if state is not death state, state is not complete, fixed update. No, that looks pretty good to me. If state is not death state, if state is complete. Is it completing the state over and over? That could be an issue. I think... Don't know. Get deep state, Kokona. Oh, it's not doing anything. Well, that would be an issue. Okay. So that means that state is complete? Maybe we set this to be true. We force the refresh. Hey, we got it. No hurt boxes. You know why? Because he doesn't have enemy hurt boxes. And this is one of the things that I solved this in Scoot, and I have not solved it in Insignia. Which is to say, there probably shouldn't be enemy hurt boxes and player hurt boxes. There should probably be enemy characters whose hurt boxes get hit by player characters' hurt boxes. Do you know what I mean? It probably shouldn't be that the boxes themselves are tagged. And I fixed it. I fixed it in Scoot, so you could have 4 characters that are identical and then assign them to teams, and they would take damage based on which team they were on. I didn't have to create 4 duplicates of each of the things. But it's all good. I can solve this. Because the human ones are the enemy ones. Cool. Now, did we set up the scanline death? We did not. And it might be nice to create a background here. So let's do Orenston background. Good night. See you fixing it. Not that one. Maybe this one. Ah. That's interesting. But this needs to be called Sprite for this to work. Okay. Alright, so now we need to think about its stun behaviors. For now, these animations will do. Okay. Maybe it should just be an enemy. What do you think? Is it too placid? Like it doesn't do anything? Oh god. There's 4 of them. Hello? Oh, okay. Hey, Boba Cat. Their vision is too far. How do they know where I am? Oh, I guess I didn't really check to see if they could see Armin. Maybe they need to have like 0 poise. So that you can juggle them. I don't know why this happens. Transform position, assign attempt for platform camera is not a number. But then what? I'm already checking to see if it's not a number. I guess I should do this as well. That's a little better, huh? Maybe also put some pots in here. And maybe some leaves as well. Nah. Maybe like wood. What are they called? Log? Okay. Maybe I will give them an attack. Just to give you something to do. And then, what was the thing I wanted to check? Oh yeah, the distance. The target awareness. I mean, 3 should be plenty. What else? Oh, thank you so much, Joe. Cheers, bud. Do you prefer Joe or Lazy? I feel like I have to call you by whatever name you're presenting as. Ah, thank you so much. Might be nice to have like something airborne to swing at. Nice. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the rocks have come a long way. I feel more comfortable drawing them. It's been a long time though. I've been getting better at it steadily. There's still a long way to go with all this stuff, but all right. What does everyone think? Well, let's test this against the criteria. We can see how the combat feels. I don't have anything telling you how to do it, so I suppose I should do that. Jesus Christ. Boom, boom. It's like boom, boom, boom. Giant S. Okay. But this, it looks like it's not even in the scene. You'd think, why can't I see that? So weird. Let's go back to the other scene and see if I could just grab that solution from there. UI prompt. Interesting that it doesn't look like it works anywhere else. Let's start with just this, and this is like attack. But can I give it a background? In fact, I'd love to give this whole thing like a canvas background or something like that. This is a canvas, but it doesn't... See you, Coral. I mean, even this, if we create an empty game object here, that's an image that is black, and then do this, and then do this, and then do this, this, this. I mean, we can at least do something like that. I did create it myself. Its job is to basically tie the scenes together with doors that I created. And it gives me a really easy overview of the game so that I don't have to remember all the scene names. I need to give you a clearer objective. Yeah, it's probably enough. I do want to do like a target stance check. Maybe they shouldn't move at all. Maybe I won't make them chase the player. There we go. Just idle now. Cool. Are the enemies going to respawn? Currently, they do not. But I'm going to have like a room reset button bound to something here. Typically, if you go save load, that just resets the room. I might give them more HP now, since there's only 2 of them in the room. I'll give them 3 times the health. Well, right now, this is the... You're not looking at the joypad inputs. Where is my joypad? Where is the joypad? Over there. Do I have any levels that are on finalized status? I mean, there are levels in the game, but these aren't levels. What you're looking at here is not a level. It's like a test room. So like the levels are like environments with quests and, you know, items and stuff like that. And they're much, you know, they're all connected and they're like, you know, it's a different sort of thing. Oh, I connected it to my phone. One sec. Come on. Sorry, I'm waiting for it to... Oh my gosh, this is hell. Ugh. You should be able to hear me. Okay. Man, Microsoft's Bluetooth is nonsense today. Okay, cool. So yeah, like the buttons should be correct. Yeah, I think so too. I think that I see it how it works on the Switch. I think this started for me when I played Breath of the Wild in 2017 and Mario Odyssey. I started noticing that they were displaying the inputs like that. Yeah. Yeah, I really like it. I'll fix that item thing. Oh, I made eat its own thing. Item renderer. Maybe I'll just put an apple down. Or I'll put a chest in here. Okay. And then I'll say, put one more prompt. Maybe I'll put like an extra, you know what? I think it's probably better this way to put like an extra room and do it there. Interesting. Maybe we put like a real enemy here. Whoops. Maybe that's a little misguided. That's really annoying. This should probably be earlier. Maybe it should be like here, and then you fight an enemy here. In which case, this can all just be one thing. Almost like a little Mega Man. Hey, Jalen Archer. Welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for watching. I think I'll put this here. The odds of you not getting an apple at this point is kind of ridiculous. I think I'll move the alpha test gameplay notification up higher. That's a little confusing to see them like that. Hey, turtle. Make Adam make it in a Yoda accent. Okay.
Designing?
Hang on.
Designing a combat test we are. Fun to hit things it is.
What else can I say from Yoda? What does he say?
Do or do not. There is no try. Never late a wizard is. Precisely when he means to, he arrives. A quote by Professor Xavier.
Oh, he doesn't say.
By Professor Xavier, that quote is, patience you must have, my young Padawan. Backwards, everything you say you must. More ketamine. I must acquire. Strong with the Force. It makes me. Young Skywalker.
Okay. I'm gonna make it so that when you hit these pots, they jangle. They don't jangle right now, which is kind of annoying. Seagulls, stop it, please. Hey, Sockpasta Rock. What are your thoughts on game engine choice for your own future works? This is a really... It's tough because it depends on the project. Like, it might be Unreal next. It could still be Unity as well. Like, I'm not averse to Unity, even though it's not... Even though the company's practices make them untrustworthy, I would still consider doing it. Hey, Nova Liminal, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. How is everyone? What's going on? Thanks for joining us. We're currently doing some alpha testing for my game, or at least setting up the alpha test. Let's put... Do we just throw the Honden in there? I feel like that's a lot. I feel like maybe we pick an easier enemy, like the Hedgehog. Or the Martin. That's a fine enemy to place in here. Though it needs new animation. So yeah, we're working on some stuff. It's not that difficult. I'll make him not patrol quite so much. Or maybe we'll just make the arena smaller. Arnold Schwarzenegger? Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys. Okay. We will try to do something that you want to hear from me. That's not a particularly easy accent to do. Of course, I was the mayor of California. Is that the thing? Governor. I was the governor of California for many years. And then, like Ronald Reagan, I got in the chopper and flew away. I just spit out my drink. You got to use a straw. Make it hard for yourself. Get down. Get down again. Who is your daddy and what does he do? My favorite Schwarzenegger line is, those are my cookies. Put that cookie down. Your wife's cookies are out of this world. Put that cookie down. Jamie. It's not a tumor. I'll be back. Work. Oh yeah, Jingle All the Way it's the Christmas film. I think I prefer it more than like the Santa Claus or any of those movies from that time. In your game, how do you decide how much damage each hit does? It's a fairly simple question to answer. Basically, there is a plugin that I wrote for Unity called Retrobox. In Retrobox, I have animations for the characters that I've written. Okay, you can see them here. If I type correctly the name of the animation, you can see it here. Okay,
So, here we have the hitbox defined over the sword attack. The sword attack. And here you can see the damage field. Over the damage field it says 25. That's because that's how much damage the sword does. I can specify different amounts of damage per hitbox here as well. So on the third attack, you can see 30 damage instead of 25. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's okay. Yeah, Ball is asking for a Clinker reward. This is the last Clinker that we've got. There's no more here. Or is there one? No, no more. You need more wood. But as he gets older, his accent's a little bit different. This is kind of more like 1990s, early 2000s Arnold. As he's gotten older, his accent's a little bit more like this. It's a bit slower, a bit fuller. He's been in America a lot longer.
Anyway. So, Pink says Yabol. You can stop the accent if you want. Who says I wanted to stop? Okay, green. Sorry. There's a timer for winning, and there's a time for losing. Today, you took the L. More Arnold Schwarzenegger.
More Arnold. If that's what you want, then that's what you're going to get. My chat does not allow me to stop using the accent. So here we are for another 5 minutes with the rest of you. Which is the worst Clinker? The worst Clinker to eat flavor-wise? I suppose it would be probably green. It's my least favorite. Green is... it's not really a flavor. I'm guessing it's supposed to be lime or something. But yellow is banana. Banana is okay. Pink is what we call in Australia musk. Not Austria. Australia. We have a flavor here called musk. It is a pink flavor. There is a candy here called musk sticks. Like Elon Musk. Obviously not named after him. They've been around for a lot longer. But this is the flavor of the pink Clinker. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's designed after the smell, musk. But it's kind of like a rosy flavor, kind of like not quite strawberry, sort of like rose is the closest thing I would say, but not exactly sure. Kind of fragrant. Pretty good, huh? It's quite enjoyable to eat.
You know, I can hear, as I'm doing this accent, I can hear the Christoph Waltz just behind it. There is a Christoph Waltz sitting right behind my Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's right there. Ready to claim his reward.
The big boss. Kind of looks like Arnold. Does musk mean something else in Australia? Oh, I think it means the deer gland. The thing that, I think that's what it's supposed to mean. Your voice was different. Unfortunately, I don't speak like this every day. This is not my real voice.
All right, that's enough of that. We can pick something else, but you got to redeem it. All right, let's set up a test.
We're going to create a test called Test Scenario.
Unless... this is called Combat Mechanics Test. Oh, can you do a New Zealand accent? Oh, yeah? That's not really a problem for me at all. New Zealand is, they're neighbours of ours. So you get something like a Rhys Darby accent. Pretty easy. It's almost like Australian, but it's just a bit higher. That's all it really is. Instead of that's, we say that's. Instead of hat, we say hat. Instead of chip, we say chip. It's not that much of a departure, all things considered. But also you've got the Maori accent. This is a little bit more, you know, sounding like people who are more native to New Zealand. It's a little bit more bouncy. Starts a bit lower, gets a bit higher at the top. They say words like chur, bro. There's a story that Taika Waititi has about New Zealand, like bouncers at nightclubs in New Zealand. They say, oh, look, sorry, mate, we're at capacity tonight. You're going to have to find somewhere else to go. Other arrangements to make, eh? You might recognize this accent as Korg from the Avengers series, all the Thor movies. He's just a pile of rocks, eh? He says things like, piss off, ghost. Ah, oh, sure. Actually, my literal brother is... My brother, his name's Patrick, and at the moment he's actually in New Zealand working on a film that's filming like this week. Yeah, major motion picture. Headed by Warner Brothers. It's not another Hobbit, no. Yes, Flight of the Conchords is another example. This is, Jermaine. He's a bit flatter. Yeah, there's another film. It's a real film, not an Australian film. It's a real film by Warner Brothers. It's based on a major game franchise. And one of the actors in it is, what's his name? Khal Drogo? Aquaman? That guy. Where's the car? But Australians say, where's the car? Mario 2. It's not Mario 2. Jason Momoa, that's right. He's in the film. So it's a real movie, but it's not Aquaman 3, unfortunately. For all of you Aquaman fans out there, it's not that one. That's right, Insignia. They're filming the Insignia film. All right, let's get this working, shall we? We'll get a description in here, and I'll probably head on Had enough with the accent now. Probably stopping. Can you do North American? I can, but you have to redeem it with bits. Alrighty. Run around at move through the zone. Clicking, attacking, engaging in the various attack, combat, moves, testing. Okay. Is there a TTS? We don't have text to speech, unfortunately. I am considering it. I would be happy to do a text to speech with donations. That'd be totally fine. What's that UI, or did you draw all of that? What are you referring to? This? I coded this. Was there something else you saw? Okay, Alpha Test Protocol, Alpha Test Phase 1 includes Combat Mechanics Test. And then Scottish. Alright, now that's actually really easy for me. I've got... Hang on, let me get into it. Scottish. Particularly Glaswegian is one of my favourites, all-time favourites today. It's just like so fun to get into it. There may be a wee bit of glide here and there throwing me off, but no, it's no bad. Oh, Retrobox. This. Aye. That is an editor that I've written on my own. But, for sure, it's... God, I'm having trouble here connecting to it. Getting into the accent. But I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Aye. It's not easy. It's a wee bit difficult for me to get into it unless I'm sort of going on a roll. If I'm talking right quick, it's a bit easier. Sort of running on a monologue of sorts. Fucking cool. Alright. This is my accent one day after watching Limmy. This is my accent one day after watching Limmy. This is my accent 2 days after watching Limmy. 2 weeks. How you got an accent like 4 weeks after watching Limmy, eh? Something like that. One of my favorites is there's like a line in one of the Lemmy skits where this guy turns around to him and goes, "Hey you, do you work with computers? Do you work with the computers?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Did you know that I worked out
that if you took... no, he goes, you know the way all the letters on the alpha... on the... are arranged all over the place? Well, they worked out that if you went back thousands of years and changed the alphabet, see, by now, we'd have an extra finger.
It's so dumb. What's that just now? Did you make that up?
Wrong way. Down a one-way street.
No one would, unless you've watched the show, that's not gonna mean anything to anyone. Anyway. Groundskeeper Willie. I can't do it. Frosty in Canada, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, that's the end of my Scottish accent. That's about all we can cope with for today. Why did you sound like somebody in Pirates of the Caribbean?
Mate, if I wanted to sound like somebody from Pirates of the Caribbean, this is probably who I'd be sounding like. Savvy?
All right. We need... Oh, I don't have doors in this. Oh, no. I guess I could add them manually. Oh, no. How do you leave this test? I guess you still need a door. I used to love Captain Jack Sparrow. I thought he was so cool. When I was like 12 or whatever. Oh, just the coolest. Two men enter, one man leaves. I think I need the test end criteria. What is that? How do I do that? What do I do? What do I do here? Contents. Oh, I just added a script, right? Called West End Door. Test End Door. In a test end down in a wood. Dead end door. Alright. Test and door. Cool. Okay. So now we can go back to the title screen and this should just auto-magically do everything we needed to do. Start game. Combat mechanics test. Uh-oh. It broke. What? Why you know? Click. Argument exception cannot be null. Oh, the door's throwing an error. That probably... Oh, I guess I have to just remove the... Oh, that's right. I have to remove the door. The door script, because it's trying to treat it like a real door. Sleepy Legend, thank you so much for the follow. that's better. All right. It's a real fake door. Damn it. Still no good. What? Okay, I'm gonna have to find out what I did on the previous test to turn the door off. Oh, I removed the script altogether. Okay, I didn't just disable it. Probably because it's still gonna use like an on awake or something like that, even if I disable it. One of those scripts gets used. My wife's home. She's here early. Quick chat, hide. Don't let her see us together. Okay, good. Hello. You're home early? What's going on? You okay? What time did you get to work today? Normal time? It's good. 8:30, I think. It wasn't too bad. You feeling okay? Oh yeah? You want me to jump off early?
No.
Okay. Whew. Jeez, not like the time. No, not like the time I said to whoever it was on chat, if you're correct, I said to them, if you're right about this, I'll kiss the screen. And literally for the first time in months, she opens the door as I'm like puckering up to the screen. It's so cringe. It was so bad. It was the dumbest thing. Oh god. It was one of the more embarrassing moments. Okay, that's good. And then we grab our boy, put him here, take this, get it out of the way, grab this, also get it out of the way, go to our left, scrolling bound. Okay, that's looking good. And then everything looks fine as we're running, no problems. No reference. Probably because there's no... Is it because there's no... Oh, I didn't set up the scenario in the menu. Okay, cool. That's looking pretty good, pals. I've never done this before. You don't have that clipped? That's what you get for not being here. God, that was funny. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't mind a bit of cringe, but that was hard. It's not easy. So we'll need like another survey. I'll make a new form. Okay, there's a form. Done. It's not filled out, so you can't do anything with the form, but I'll just commit this now and you guys will be able to run around in it, hopefully. I just need to check one more time. There is an issue where I think that the game crashes once you finish the form, the first form. Like once you do a test, the game will crash, I think. It might be nice to also, nice. And then, yep. Awesome. Done. Yeah, it might do that as well. I also think that input manager, input control. I think that the input control, setting escape to be the menu button, if you're in full screen, it leaves full screen, and I don't like that. I'm going back to, well, it was enter and then I made it this, but I'm making it enter again. Sleepy Legend. Oh, you already followed. It just did a thing. It changed the words and something happened on my left. Okay. So that's all good. I want to be able to navigate through the test menu. Using the in-game pointer rather than the mouse. So we'll do that as well. Yeah, that's the sub goal. We're at 89% of our sub goal. Getting real close there, pals. And we've got 20 days to do it. Hey, Breemawler, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Have I seen Thor's combo with Dr. K? Actually, I have. I saw like maybe the first 20 minutes or so. I was just having lunch watching it a couple of days ago. I haven't watched all of it, but the first little bit. I'll have to go back and watch more of it. So this is the test selection menu. Collection, da-da-da-da. And then background header, body, let's test list container. We'll call this menu controller. Yeah. And then this is a focus group. Hey, Jolly Girl. Thank you so much for the sub. 2 months. Let's go. Happy New Year to you too. Thank you so much. Hopefully you had a safe and enjoyable time. I still need to take my holiday. I basically just worked straight through. But I think maybe like end of this month, I'm going to take a couple of days off. Planetary Ashes, thank you so much. Thanks for the raid, welcome. I'm going to take a quick break, pals. So let's see if we can run an ad. I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Planetary, thank you so much. Hopefully you had a good stream. I might just leave you in this scene for now. something to look at. Okay. See you in a little bit. Okay. I think somebody did say earlier that they did get an ad on YouTube at some point. Or was I just looking at someone who was on the Twitch channel? I can't say. Who can say? Hey, Noah Roma. Okay. I'd like to do... What is this? Cool. Why does that not look like it works? Does it need to go back further? Maybe? Yeah, that works. Pardon me. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's fine. Yep. Mm-hmm. Those, yeah, that background foliage is giant rule tiles. Just something I'm experimenting with. No, so because it's an orthographic camera, everything that's further away remains the same size. And in fact, it's not even really because it's an orthographic camera and there's no perspective. The parallax script it's faking the perspective back in. So all it's doing is it's moving those sprites left and right based on their Z distance. In reality, that Z distance is not doing anything. It's just being perceived as flat, right? This is perspective camera. This is orthographic camera. So really, the only way that they even look like they're moving at all is if I physically move them left and right, based on the offset of the player movement. So how far the player has gone in the last, since they started. That's what's dragging everything left and right. And the way it works is that stuff that's further back, the closer it is to infinity, like the horizon, the more it keeps up with the player. That's the way that you think about it. So stuff that's like infinitely far away moves 1-to-1 with the camera. Stuff that's really close moves in the opposite direction of the player. You can also do some fun stuff where you can make it look like the camera is panning left to right from a stationary position if you invert it. But people always say, "Oh, I don't get it. It kind of makes me nauseous." So I take it away. Like in real life, if you rotate your head, right? What happens? Things in the foreground move opposite to where you're looking. Anyway. Maybe not. Is orthographic camera the same as parallax? No. Parallax is an effect, right? It's a perceptive thing that happens with perspective. When you have perspective, things further away move differently at different speeds to things closer. It's just the way our eyes process the world. When you have an orthographic camera, which is a 2D camera, that's not how anything happens. Everything just gets drawn like this, flat. So this is literally the difference between perspective, orthographic. So with the orthographic camera, to recreate perspective, you have to move things as if they were, moving at that rate. So as I move the camera, notice how that back layer all the way back there, it's kind of keeping up with me on screen. It's still there, right? Whereas like I'm leaving behind this much faster. Like it's gone, but I can still see that. Whereas when I go flat, it doesn't matter what I do, they're just the same. So I have to manually move this to catch up. Grimoire says, the tools you built, such as the hitboxes, are they available? Unfortunately not. Hey, Daniel Blackbone, welcome. Yeah, well, it is, all I'm doing with this, it's not particularly novel, and some people disagree with this process. I like it because for me, it gives me a good approximation visually. I can just say, oh yeah, this should be really far away. This should be much closer. This should be almost near, in the near ground. In the foreground. That is just the value, that Z depth on the transform. I'm just using this to determine the parallax factor rather than typing it in manually. That's all it is. It's exactly the same as any other parallax system. I'm just using the Z-axis position as a way of like approximating it. There's only a problem if you fight the float point error at a size of 2K. Why would you have a size of 2K though? Hey Warner. Oh, thanks. That's very kind of you. Alright. Man, I'm feeling a little irritable today. Don't know why. Okay, so let's think about how we're going to populate this thing. I think I guess the way I would do it is I would say that the menu controller, the test list container is the focused area. Yeah, that's kind of how it should work. And then this is going to cause a problem. The variable canvas of menu controller has not been assigned. Okay. But this is a canvas. Where is the canvas? Oh, it's right here. Canvas transform, I suppose, is the better way to write that. And then the focus group. Okay, test menu. So I probably need public menu controller. Okay. What do you think of all the AI authoring tools in Unity 2024? I don't think I've seen them. Are they particularly Unity AI authoring tools? Muse and Centus, these two? What does this even mean? What does this even mean? It bridges neural networks with the Unity runtime, but the possibilities are near endless. What does that even mean? Enables you to embed an AI model in the runtime for your game, enhancing gameplay and other functionality directly on end-user platforms. You could put the AI in the game. You can say in the editor, like, change the door in this sprite, and it changes the door in a house picture. I mean, what does it mean? Like, is that what Centus does? Oh, I'm not saying I would ever use this. I'm just trying to understand what it is. Yeah, but that's what Muse is, right? We already said that Muse is the AI thing. Oh no, this is editor AI. I see. This is Copilot, which I'm already using. I suppose I am using AI in that sense. Anyway, embed neural networks in your builds. That's just so vague. It's basically saying any NN, any neural network, as long as, like, why couldn't you do this before this? It sounds like it's just a platform. Like, it's not a feature. Anyway, it's all good. So, yeah. Do these buttons have... No, okay, there's no focus on the menu. But it should be this. Oh. Nope. Right. Anyway. I think, look, as far as like the whole AI stuff goes, like, what I think AI should do is not, like, in general, I feel like there's a really clear distinction between two kind of like use cases for AI when it comes to productivity and creativity. I think that's the distinction. I think the AI should make you more productive, but it shouldn't be generating like content for you. It shouldn't be trying to make decisions for you. As soon as you're making decisions with AI, as in relegating decisions to the AI, then you veer down the path of this like homogenized kind of like repetitive derivative space. So like creating art, like assets, you know, I want to create a person's head. It's not, you're relegating the creative choices over like what that person looks like if you just say make a person's head and then it just makes their head, right? And even if you say, okay, well, what if I describe make a person who is, you know, a male and 45 years old and give him olive skin or whatever, like, yeah, but you're not actually designing the image. You're sort of describing it and then relegating it to somebody else to design. And whatever that is just going to be, it's just going to be spat out from the model. And you could argue that like when you give a prompt to a like an artist, a real artist, aren't you getting the same thing? But I think we have to place a bias here on human input. I think that that's like really, really important for like as a species, like as a society, like those are the things that we want to be doing. We want to be the ones creating the art. And if you, it's almost like if it's hard to make art, if it's hard to make a game, then there's like a litmus test there in that if you can convince other people that your game is worth working on, then it means that only the games that, you know, have the willful participation of other humans get to come to fruition. And that's a good thing to an extent, because if everyone's making games, let's just say you take the entire development team out of the game, right? Out of the game production process. And all you have is the consumer. Then every consumer can say, hello computer, today make me a first-person shooter that's single player and make it set in the dawn of the steampunk era, you know, 1800s or so, maybe a little earlier, where I use blunderbusses to, you know, shoot. I'm a cop in the streets in Victorian London, and you could give that whole thing and the game will be created for you in half a second. If we have that, you're the only one who's going to play that, and everybody else who wants anything similar is going to have their own personal Victorian London first-person shooter with blunderbusses, or flintlock pistols, I don't know, whatever, steampunk guns. Like, there will be so much art that no one will be able to share it with each other. No one will enjoy it because it'll take nothing to generate it. If it costs nothing, then there's nothing stopping there from being infinite of it. And I just think that that's a kind of a grim, sad, boring future. I just don't really want that. Like, the ability for us to talk about important games that come out and to play them and share that experience, that's the whole purpose of the thing existing. Otherwise, games are just a distraction. Like, if that's literally all games are to you, then you might as well, I mean, it's like scrolling through TikTok at that point. It's just like something to have my eyeballs look at, my fingers do, while I wait for death to take me, you know? Yeah, like something being a labor of love and like the human input into the intent behind the design decisions, that's what makes them meaningful. Like, they're only worth thinking about because someone's life experience went into them. Hey, Monakai. Scene Graph is a custom editor that I wrote. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. This is it here. It's basically just a big editor graph with lots of different scenes in it of my game. You know, I've been using. Let's go back to this for a second. I'm pretty much done for today. I've been using ChatGPT. You know, the ChatGPT app. Have you guys seen this? This one here? Where you could just sort of start talking to it and it's doing the, you know, AI thing where you have a conversation. That, one thing I notice about it, which is kind of super like sad. Like there's something that I notice when I'm conversing with it, trying to get like feedback on stuff. Sometimes I just test it. I just like throw ideas at it and see what it says. I'll like throw some philosophy at it, or I'll throw some like just questions about game development. I'll say like, is this a good idea if I run this alpha test like this with my game? Do you think that this will be a good strategy for me long term? Blah blah blah. And I'm trying to get like constructive criticism, and it never gives it. It never gives like real constructive criticism, even if you ask it. And I remember saying to it, I was like, hold on for a second. I'm noticing that when I speak to you, you always give me positive feedback. You're always being supportive. And you're never actually criticizing any of my ideas, even if I ask you critical questions. And it says, sure, I'm designed to be supportive, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't want that in a conversation. If I just wanted someone to agree with me all the time, like, what am I doing? I'm just getting like nothing. It's worth nothing to me if it's not going to like try and make meaningful judgments about the subject matter that we're engaging in. It's just like, I just realized that. And it's like, people who do that are boring too. Like if you come across somebody who just tells you what they think you want to hear from them, you can't trust them. You don't know who's on the other side of those answers, because it's just like a mirror. And until that day comes where it's able to do that, like it's unfortunate, you know? Sometimes it's good. So, like sometimes it will give you insights, but not, yeah. Because what it doesn't have is like, at least for now, and I feel like this is kind of trivial. I feel like it will in the future be able to do this stuff that I'm describing. I'm not saying categorically AI can't do this. I feel like the thing that I'm waiting for from an AI assistant when it comes to like getting advice on stuff is memory. I feel like I really want something like this to be persistent between sessions and to build a profile of me and to understand more context about what I want, and also to have a little bit of agency to prompt me. I feel like most people would really, really, really benefit from literally just a personal assistant that was an AI. Like literally just someone being like, hey, did you take your medication today? Hey, you should go for a walk now. You've got an hour. Hey, you checked that email that got sent to you earlier? Like, oh, you got a flight next week. Hey, it's your cousin's birthday a month from now. I've booked in an hour for you to go Google things to buy them. Like, that would be great. I'll use that. That's fine. Just like, let me fill my life with things that I find meaningful and remind me to do them so that I don't let my life slip me by. That's fine. I'll take that. Yeah. I really like if you've seen the movie Her, it's really, really, really good. That vision, apart from the love story stuff, the actual vision for what that AI is at the start, like the first 20 minutes or so, is like, oh god, like yeah, that's what I would want it to be. Just like help me, because I'm not a computer and I don't see all the data all the time, but like help me break it down. Even, do you know what another thing that I think is crazy that doesn't exist is? And maybe I just don't know about it. It's sort of adjacent to the AI stuff. It's more just like a finance thing. I feel like it's really hard for most people to manage their spending and save for specific things. At least it is for me. Like and partly that's because I'm like I don't earn that much, but I feel like it should be so easy to be able to query your life and get insights into like what choices you're implicitly making. Like you can't ask the question. It should be easy to ask the question to like some kind of like banking managing app or whatever. Like, hey, how often do I get takeout? How often do I get takeaway food versus cooking? That should be like something that's just available to you as information. The technology that we have should make that so trivial, where you just say like, hey, like do I eat, you know, out 3 times a week or 5 times a week or once a month? Like how much money am I spending per week on fast food or per month or whatever? How much time do I spend, you know, sitting at my computer? What does the average person do? If like, I don't know, like counting carbs, that kind of thing, that should be so just like available, that information. I feel like that the technology is like right there, where it should just tell you straight out, like, or you should be able to get data on everything in a way that's, and maybe it's like not even data, but just direction, like just an assistant being like, hey, I noticed that your carb intake is like maybe 20% higher than it probably should be for someone your height, or you know, whatever. Would you prefer to be notified, you know, more often about making healthier choices when you're at the shops? Like, that would be great. Recommend me dishes, you know, I'll cook those instead. But I'm such a creature of habit, and I'm so limited by the mental capacity of living every day, that like the load on my brain that it takes to live is higher than then it doesn't give me enough room to plan my life properly. Yeah. But most of that data is so trivial. Like the amount of carbs you eat or hours you sleep. Like, hey, I noticed that you've been getting like 6.5 hours sleep in the last 5 nights on average. You seem to be struggling. Hey, maybe you should try stopping working at like 9:30 tonight and just see how that goes for you. Do you know what I mean? That'd be excellent. I would love that. Because I just get distracted and sidetracked so often, you know? And I the things that I care about aren't necessarily the things that I spend all my time doing. Hey, Genkim SKP, thank you so much for the follow. Like, I want power. Like, give me the control to manage myself better and live the life that I would want to live if I had full visibility. That's what I want. I don't want my art to be created for me. I don't want my music to be written for me. I want more time to write it. You know? I want to do it myself. I just want everything else to like be easier. So, what's going on? Are we enabling the menu? Group. This is the group, right? But then why aren't we setting this up? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Hello? I think my keyboard fell asleep. Was I talking that long? Adam wants a mom AI. Hey, maybe I do. Maybe that's what I want. I just want a mom. It's hard to be an adult. I've always struggled with it. It's super stressful. Okay. Okay, it's not doing that. Interesting. What have I done here? Oh, okay. I see. This needs to happen here or here. Yay, it broke. That's what we want. AI dad is always proud of you. Are you winning, son? That's what I want. You're winning, son. Do I use Unity version control or something else? I use Git, not Unity. This is set focus, else focus.set feedback equals false. But this is if we already have a focus. Wait, what? Oh boy. okay. That worked. Can't see the cursor though. Nah, I feel like AI is gonna get insane the next couple of years. I feel like I mean, if you think about technology, even if our estimations are sometimes a little far ahead, it's really only locally. I mean, you think about the kind of power that we have of automation, and it's literally been like this in the last. It's more than that. It's actually more like. It's more like this. Like, it's ridiculous that in the last like the fastest possible speed that you could move as a human being, the fastest you could send a message to someone was like the speed that a bird could fly, or like the speed of a man on a horse, up until like barely 200 years ago. Is that when trains were created? Steam train? (1802). There you go. 200 years ago. So like, that's how fast things were going up until 200 years ago. They weren't going fast at all. Nothing was happening, right? And then we were like, huh, I wonder if we can make this happen. If we do this and this, we figured it out. And then it's just been like ridiculous amounts of like acceleration since then in like every area of everything, like science, medicine. Like, how do you even, how the human experience is shifting and changing so quickly that for the first time ever, the current generation looks to their grandparents. In human history, the current generation looks to their grandparents and says, what do you know? That's never happened before. Ever. In all of human history, right up until literally the last 50 years, a child could look at their grandparent and say, wow, you've lived a full life and you know so much. You're so wise. And you know how to do all the stuff that I need to know how to do to live in this world. You know, you could teach me how to light a fire, and you could teach me how to ride a horse, and you could teach me how to find shelter in rain and how to find fresh water to drink. And all of that's applied until the last like 50 years. Maybe a little more than that. But, you know, this generation's the first one where like my grandparents don't have any idea what I do. They don't have any clue what my job entails. Even my dad has no idea what I do, how I do what I do. And also can't teach me anything about that kind of stuff. He could teach me stuff that's no longer relevant to me because the world has shifted in a direction where it's infeasible or impractical for me to even try to maintain that knowledge. Like, someone might have said, I mean, this happened. Growing up, we were always told, you won't have a calculator with you, so you need to learn how to do maths. You need to learn how to do it on paper because you're just not always going to have this calculator with you. And now we literally do, all the time, permanently. So I don't need to learn how to do long division on paper. It just doesn't apply to me anymore, or anybody else forever now. Another one is like jump starting a car. Like, jump starting a car is something that I think I could probably figure out. It's been taught to me once when I've got my first car. That car doesn't have any like electronics in it guiding the car's function, other than like the radio and stuff. Modern cars, they encourage you not to jump start it yourself, but to call some, you know, roadside service, because you might damage the computer inside the car. You might damage critical systems if you try to, you know, hook up power to it. So like something that was considered like, oh, you have to know how to do this, otherwise how are you gonna live? How are you gonna get around? It's like, well, no, now it's not only not important that you know it, it's actually detrimental if you think that you know how to do it. Everything's becoming so specialized and so advanced that like, I'm surprised that we even know how to do any of it. I don't know how the generation above, like below mine, like how, like 50 years from now, how does somebody learn how all of this technology works? Like, how does someone invent a better modem 50 years from now? Or like a better internet? Like, who knows how the internet is built? Who can build another internet? Some people, sure. But like, maybe not the kids who haven't been born yet. So I don't know. I mean, things are becoming very specialized. Maybe this is the point where maybe it stagnates once it becomes. There's like a one theory that I have is like, maybe, and sorry to get a little bit grim or whatever here. I don't mean to make anyone sad, but maybe this point here, this inflection point, is the point where automation gets so good that we don't need to really learn how anything works anymore. Maybe that's when it starts to slow down. Yeah. Yeah, like, do you know what's a good example of that? The way that Generation Alpha, their relationship with iPads and with computing technology being so much more bound up with portable, like Apple devices, like iPad kids, they don't know how to type on a physical keyboard and use a mouse and a file system and like a computer. Some kids are like graduating high school now and they like don't really have a great sense of like how to use a desktop computer properly. That scares me a little bit. My nephew doesn't know what Windows is. How old's your nephew? 9. Wow. Yeah, it's weird. That's the S curve, right? Like there's this weird Venn diagram of like tech illiteracy where like boomers and kids, like the grandparents and the kids, neither of them know how it works. And only everybody in the middle knows how it works. Like our generation knows how all this shit works. And then the people older don't, and the people younger don't. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be like, I don't want to think that way. Because it feels sad, if that's the truth. But it is scary. It's a little scary. Email will be the bottleneck. The forever tech support. Yeah. Increased complexity of technology doesn't necessarily equate to no documentation. I just think that like some of this stuff is quite vocational. Some kids are quite like some things, some skills, like programming as a skill. You have to spend like a decade learning how to do it properly, you know? Like some things require like a lot of time and experience and exposure to like even catch up to just like what is industry standard. So like I mean, and if AI becomes more integrated into everything, then it's all just a giant black box, right? Like, how do you even learn? Like Google, right? Like, who can rebuild Google better than Google? Google can't even rebuild Google. They don't even know how to build it. I'm sure somewhere, somehow, but there's no like person who could tell you how it works. And once all the people who were there when it was built are gone, how do the people... If the Google offices were completely deserted and all that was left was documentation, I don't think that you could take people, even very smart people, and have them build a copy of it. That's my concern. New web search engines are made all the time. Yeah, but I don't know how much... Like, one of the things that I think about a lot is how terminals are literally like all like this. This is like what the like the first way we figured out how to write stuff that does stuff. Like, this is like how debugging and like interfacing with the computer was done as soon as there was a digital interface to do it. You know what I mean? And there might be like way better ways, but like we're so dependent on the ways that are already there that like, how do you reinvent that? And when you think about it, the last time like a really real operating system was like created is phones. Like, mobile operating systems are like the most recent crack at, and even them, they aren't starting from scratch, but like, it's so much of it is societal. So much of like the adoption of new technology is just based on like convenience and marketability. So like, if there is a brand new model for operating systems that doesn't exist yet, that where you start from absolute scratch and you build an operating system, and the workflows and the code compilation and like everything about it is completely from the bottom up, like scratch, and it happens to be just like way better, we will never know. Because like, even like this concept of like Windows, do you guys ever sit and question that? Like, what a window is as like an interface model? Like even like what a computer is. Like, it's a screen that's like a rectangle, and your work is a bunch of rectangles managed by a bar along the bottom with a bunch of icons that are also rectangles, and you interface with them with a mouse. Like, all of that stuff is kind of arbitrary. It's all just made up, and everything works the same way. Maybe it's just like a powerful enough model. Maybe it is the best way to do it. And maybe programming, you know, like this really is the best way, you know, to write code. But like, what about like, oh, there was a something that I learned a while ago. I'm never gonna remember it. It wasn't Objective-C. It was an early version of, it was a C variant way back in the day, where the entire operating system was a program and everything you did was like kind of like a fractal. No, it was like a model by, I think it might have had something to do with the guy who made Scratch. Smalltalk? I think it was maybe it was Smalltalk. That might have been it, actually. Alan Kay? Yeah, I think you might be right. I think you've got it. Maybe. Yeah. It might have been Alan Kay. Just like completely different ways of like thinking about like how to make the computer do a thing, you know? Like the idea of like writing scripts, compiling the scripts into an executable, clicking the executable to make it run. Like, I don't know. It always I watched this video. One of my professors showed this to us in a design class. It's called Inventing on Principle by Brett Victor. This video kind of like blew my mind when I watched it, and I can't get past it. Like it's forced me to have a critical perspective on how we do digital design in a way that makes me irritable and not, what's the word? My standard for how interfaces should be went up like by a factor of 10 watching this, because it made me realize like how low the standard is for feedback in interfaces, and how much of interfacing with a computer is based on legacy ideas that have been around for like since longer than we've been able to, you know, remember.
See what it looks like. Things in the code.
So all this is like, I mean, this was crazy back in the day. The idea that you could change code and have it compile in real time and interface with the code by dragging and updating values, and like this was nuts. Even this is like a game design scenario
I've got some code that says
where he basically writes his own like gizmos in the game, and then he designs. Where's the one that I want to show you?
None of this stuff.
He designs the jump height spatially.
And you want to see changes immediately. You have, as I was playing with this, I noticed it's fun to play with gravity. The jump forward, where my guys
Here.
So now I can see where he's been.
And then he updates the jump height,
Why?
and it updates the pathing
In front of him is where he's going to be.
in real time.
So, I can find exactly
So he can find the exact jump height that you need to get into that little gap by like basically refactoring like the code and then compiling it for all time all at once. I mean, it's not compiling, but you know, reprocessing that idea. I mean, that's like, it's just a gizmo. I mean, I have that in my game, but the principle of that is so powerful. Like, we really just don't push these things far enough. There's like a complacency, I think. There's like a complacency, I think, that most people when they like use a tool that they built, it's kind of like you're really limited by how ambitious you are. It's like, oh, like if I can do the thing and I don't get bored while I do it, it's good enough. You know what I mean? If it's fast enough for me to like find it fun to use it, that's good enough. But like on the other side of that thought is the idea that like maybe you could be like 20 times faster. Like so like absurdly faster if instead of working until you weren't bored anymore, or like, you know, cutting out just the repetitive stuff that you don't want to do, if instead you like really thought about just how much faster it could be to do whatever you wanted to do. So yeah, like in a way, like that's where scene graph comes from. Like, I was asking myself, like, why am I going into my scenes and typing the names of doors and then the name of their sister door in another scene, Like, why am I doing that? Why can't I just like drag the connection to the other door and be like, that's how it should be. Like, why? That's how I would want to do it if I had a custom way of, you know, if I got to decide how it should be, that's how I would want to do it. But like, it should already, you know, kind of, should be really easy to do that already. I just find that stuff it's kind of fascinating. All right, pals, I think I gotta go. The test containers focus is testing scenario button. Oh, it's actually working technically, but I don't think it's doing exactly what it needs to. Down says not set to instance of object. What is source dot? Is there no game system here? Game system? It's there. I don't know. Do I have an explainer video for scene graph? There's some videos around there about where I just chat about it. But I haven't like got a tutorial for how to build one yourself or anything like that. It's true, Vatrodox. It's true. Yeah. If I don't make games for the rest of my life, I might make game development interfaces. But even then, do you know what? Who's to say this stuff's even going to be around 10 years from now? That's the scary thing. Like, this is powerful now. It's a cool idea. But like, there's another idea. This is it. Okay, before I go, there's this thing that's been really bugging me for years. And I was speaking about it a couple of years ago on stream. Literally a topic that we were covering on stream like 3 years ago. And I've never let go of it. This thing of like a virtual brain where you organize all of your ideas with like a net, like a graph. This thing that people think is cool is it's so dumb. It's so dumb. And there's like this infinitely more powerful thing just on the other side of that, where what I want is like a visual querying system for my notes. That's what I want. Graphs are one way of connecting things, but what I want is a way of building on the fly visualizations to query in the way that makes sense for the data. Like, I want to be able to have like, you know, a timeline of my notes. Like, let's say it was let's say you were doing like game design. This only happened because I was making Insignia, and I was like, I was thinking about creating a wiki for the game. Like, I was like, okay, I've got my character bios. The characters have places of birth and places of residence, and they have parents and children, and they have like places they go in the story. All of that information is best presented in different ways. So if I wanted to do a family tree of the main character, I should be able to just take the data and say, computer, render me a tree structure of this data. I should be able to say, computer, render me a timeline of all the places this character goes in the story. And then map that to, you know, this world map I've got. Like, that stuff should be so trivial to just be able to plot. Like, computer, give me a list of events that happen in the story by chronology. You know, assuming that I've coded that information into the graphs. It looks like Obsidian is doing better. I've never seen this stuff before, so I'm not sure. This is kind of interesting. It's got like physical, visual canvases. How does that work? It didn't have this 2 years ago. Oh shit. That's pretty good. Ooh, that's getting better. But the problem that I have with this is it feels like when I look at this, the user is hard coding the view. They shouldn't do that. The user shouldn't have to hard code the view. The view should be a temporary lens that you use to engage with the content on a per use case basis. And like Notion doesn't do it really well either. Notion is absurdly clunky. Like you're sitting there creating tables and every single piece of data is a page, and some pages can connect to other pages, and it's not like it's super weird how they handle it. It's powerful. It's more powerful than like Google Sheets or whatever, but it's not like this other idea. It's just like, it's just sitting there, and someone could do it, you know? Someone could do it, but they just don't do it. I don't know. And I don't have the time to do it because I'm making my game, but like, why isn't there just like a querying engine that's got a canvas? Like this thing that I created. I should just be able to create records and then visualize them however I want. Why do I had to sit here and create the markup and the layout, but like, this is just the most trivial thing in the world. And I shouldn't have to go, this is the thing. I shouldn't have to go to an application like Google Sheets or Excel and silo my data into a database that's in the cloud that lives on Google's thing, and then have some other data live on some other application somewhere else, when for me, it's all the same. It's all my data relating to my game. That should just be on one database, one hard drive where it all lives, and I can visualize it and modify it, you know, without an application, but with just like a querying engine. I should just be able to make a document and say, this document is a timeline, and I want to be able to like view. It's like almost like like different file explorers is kind of what it is, you know? But like computers don't work this way. Like we have applications and we have files, and the files belong to the applications. It's super weird. Like it should be, like I could imagine this idea that I'm talking about could just replace the desktop. It's just like a different way of like thinking about files and data and applications. Maybe, I think like VR is an opportunity to do this. Like you just think about your data as living, like the idea of not having a desktop gives you the power to try a different way with VR. So like, I'd love to just like turn around and just like put stuff on the wall and think about how the stuff relates to itself or whatever. I don't know. Is it not weird that like a file lives on a desktop? It has like one location, and you can't like view it without moving it. Like you can open it in different applications. You can't like explore it in a different way. So weird. Pro wants to be Tony Stark. Maybe. I don't know. It just maybe my idea doesn't make any sense, but it feels like it makes really obvious sense. And it feels like I could make this game so much faster if I had that. And like, it also feels like it would be way easier to keep the game internally consistent if there was one database that had all the information in it. You know, it feels like it would be really, really easy to make very complex things if you had a way of slicing those things in ways that made sense, you know? Like, think about George R.R. Martin writing Game of Thrones on his little, like, you know, DOS computer that he writes it on or whatever. And think about all of the characters and all their genealogies and all of the locations they go to and all of the coats of arms and the destinations under their different wards in the kingdoms and the smithing techniques in the different kingdoms and the historical ways that those have changed. Like, you could make decisions about all that stuff without needing to know about all the other stuff. But it should be very easy to know when there's a conflict. You know? It should be like, you should be able to go, this character needs a suit of armor. Where are they from? Oh, they're from Dawn. And I'm writing about Dawn in this year. So what are blacksmiths in Dawn? You know, what does their armor look like? Like, if you've made that decision and written that down somewhere, you should be able to search that thing. What part of that problem does a local wiki not solve? A wiki is amazing. A wiki is really good. The problem with a wiki is you're only looking at one document at a time, and you can't cross-reference information across documents as if they were a new document. That's the thing that this system needs. So, like, everything is just a record in a database, and it's got tags. That's all this thing would be, and relations. So it's still like, this is the crazy thing. It's still like relational database stuff. It's not like new. It's not a new way of like storing data. It's just like normal databasey stuff. But you like, you would have relationships between records, but you wouldn't have tables. Like, a table is a view. You know what I mean? So I say, show me all of the characters. Okay, now characters is a table that gets generated for the purpose of me doing whatever task I want to do with the characters. Yeah, sure. MongoDB then, whatever it is. And data can have relationships, like an undirected graph, you know, or it can be a directed graph. Like, you should just be able to define the connections. So, like, parent-child, or sister objects, or one object having many of something else. Using hash functions? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, pretty much. Like, every record, every field of every record can be a hash to some other number of records. And then you would just have to define what those potential hash relationships are. Temporarily creating pages based on connections. Yeah, like the query would define what it is you're trying to render. So you would say something like, I'm looking for, what was it? Like armor smithing techniques from Dawn in this year. Well, there should be a table somewhere about smithing. Well, not a table. There should be a record about. There should be something that meets that query, right? Because I've written about smithing from some view, right? From some point of entry, I wrote about that thing, and that thing has relations to all of the different parts of my question. Incidentally, just like because I entered all the data and because I connected it all, I happen to be able to ask that question. That's how this would work. So I just want to be able to make, like I do it here, right? Like, I make all these decisions. Even this. It's like, it's pretty good because I can scan it. My eye is like this is way better than a file system for me because I can just go, what am I looking at? Oh yeah, I recognize this as my, user flow for the testing experience. Our visual brains are much faster than our ability to read. So like that, I can scan that. I know what that is. Oh yeah, this was the original plan. Okay. And then I can start going more specifically. But it would be so much better to be able to take all of this stuff that I just created and ask questions about it from a different direction. Yeah. Like this thing here, right? This thing is a record. It's a document that contains all of the abilities. Each of these things here is a new ability in the game, and a bunch of test scenarios for each ability. And each ability has an element, and each elemental ability has a direction. So I should be able to say, show me all of the level chunks that are compatible with this ability. And I should be able to get rendered out this thing, And all I would have had to have done was because I've created this way, that's obvious because that's how I made it. But I should also be able to ask, I guess, from a different question. Like, it's not a great example. What's a good reference? The best case, the easiest stuff is like character bios. Because like a character has their own story and they have their family tree and they have the race that they're from and the place that's linked to. There's like lots of different axes, the different properties of things that you would want to look at in a different way. Yeah, this is Figma. So I guess it's a non-relational database. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. Thanks, pals. This was a fun stream. Let's go find someone to raid for those of you on Twitch and get out of here. I'm way past late. Oh my goodness, what has happened? What has happened to Twitch homepage? Yeah, I mean, I can't build this thing. I don't have the time to build it, but I'd love for someone to build it for me. If anyone out here can write an application that does everything I'm asking for, that'd be great. Thanks. We've got to do this now, unfortunately. Okay, that's it. Thanks, pals. This was good fun. I will see you all very, very soon. See you tomorrow. We will probably be updating the alpha like tonight with that info. So if you join on stream tomorrow, you'll be able to play it. Okay, that's it. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.